Hello? Alright, nice. Now I click the correct button. Start the stream on the cool boy on accident. Anyway, here we are. I'm going to try to do the same thing. Try to do the previous stream. We're going to try and write about how the AST works in kast, but previously it was really hard. Because I don't know, the algorithm was overcomplicated. I couldn't really explain what was happening in it. So what I did off stream is that I have rewritten the AST parsing, and I think it's easy now. I should be able to explain it. I think as far as I understand, this is now just the bread parser. Or it's called the operator precedence parser. It's a bottom-up parser. Parsing reveals the grammatical and bottom-up parsing organize the text lower small details first before its mid-level structures and leaving the high-level middle structures to last. The reference operator precedence grammar. I don't know. Anyway, I'm too lazy to figure out how things actually work for other people. Too lazy to read about the things, but I think that it is the parser that we have here, which works on the dynamic syntax that we have in the language, represented as a bunch of these syntax definitions. So I'm going to do this, that, this, that, and let's see, website, this one over here. Okay, let's see. Let's read what I have written the other day. I think the introduction can be still the same. In kast, there is no built-in syntax except for syntax for adding new syntax. The standard syntax is defined in the standard syntax, but you can ignore it and define your own instead. When parsing code in the AST, kast treats everything as an expression, and every syntax definition is expanding what an expression can be. I don't know. Maybe I would say extending instead of expanding. I don't know what's the correct English word to use here. For example, you could define a ternary if like in Python, like so. Syntax ternary if, true value if. I just spell out the condition here too. This is defined syntax for ternary if, which should be defined somewhere, which is right associative has priority 20. And is defined as true value if conditioned and else false value, where true condition and false value can be anything defined by other syntax rules with higher priority or be a simple single token value. And the if and else are keywords. Keywords can also be punctuation, so a ternary operator from C could be defined as this. Okay, does that make sense? I think it does. Next, I was telling about how the syntax definitions are stored. They were stored in a tree data structure similar to a tree, and I think what I have done in my refactoring to make this simpler, it's no longer just something similar to a tree, it literally is a tree. Supercuber, hello, hello. So I think now I'm actually using just a tree. Where previously in the old implementation, an edge in the tree would be a keyword and potentially a number of keywords that were expected before the keyword. Now, let's just do this differently. So the syntax definitions are stored in a tree data structure, where each node represents partially parsed syntax node. Syntax definition. Syntax definition. An edge from parent to a child. In this tree, represents making progress, parsing, making progress, which is either following a keyword, or parsing following a keyword, or parsing an inner value. Some nodes are tree. Some nodes are terminal, meaning that they represent a fully parsed. They they represent fully parsed syntax definition. All right. For example, true value if condition. For example, let's see. Ternary if. Definition like above. For example, for storing ternary if definition like above, there would be a path. A path from the root of the tree, following Edges. Following edges. Value edge. If keyword. Another value edge. Let's just say value. Value, if keyword, value. Then else, keyword, and then another value. The node, define the node. After following its path is marked as terminal. Corresponding to the ternary definition. See, I am re-entering insert mode to dismiss autocompletion. That's why you accept suggestion with control enter only. Should I change something in my Vim settings for that? I just yeah, I don't know. I switch editors sometimes. I think I don't have this issue in Helix or in VS Code. This is a Vim thing. So once again, Vim is bad because its defaults are really bad, right? What should I do? There is what do I use for autocompletion anyway? CMP. Is that what I'm using? I think CMP. Right? And Vim CMP is what I'm using. Here's my stuff. How do I disable it? So this is the accept currently selected item, right? So instead of mapping this to the CR, you say I should map it to CCR, right? Is that it? Is that all I need to do? CMP mapping confirmed. Yeah, this is literally this the same stuff, right? So just map this to CCR. That's what you do. Okay. Sure, I can try that. Accept auto completion in NeoVim only with C. Why do they call it CR? Instead of they could have called it enter. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm switching. Alright, I'll let it build. Nix is slow. Yeah, I know that it's carriage return, but it's like I don't know. It requires knowledge, you know, when you are just a person who tries the editor for the first time, it would be so weird. Same as like why the alt key is the meta key or something, right? They could have just called the things as they are. Some historical reasons, I assume. Enter works? Oh, it does it? I think I would use the enter in all my configuration then. Just so, like, it makes the configuration more readable, I think. CR makes you feel like a hacker. I mean, yeah, Vim itself makes you feel like a hacker. If you want just work, you just if you want just something that works, instead of spending a year configuring your new Vim, you would probably use some better editor like Helix or VS Code, you know, those that actually make sense. All right, in IRB, they introduced autocompletion. I can't get used to that. Take that back. No, NeoVim. I like the Vim how it looks, especially in combination with NeoVite. But Vim is having a lot of issues, like a lot. Do you use the multi-cursor plugins? This is the one that I'm missing the most, I guess. Multi-cursors, NeoVim. This one is the recent that has just been released or something, or at least like the version 1.0. No, this is a different one. Multi-cursors. I posted in my Discord somewhere. Multi-cursor NeoVim 1.0 is released. And even this plugin is still like sucks compared to what you have in other like editors. You see how you have multi-cursors? You insert over here before this thing, but the text is not being typed in the other cursors immediately, because in order to introduce that, you need to introduce some complexity. It like doesn't work because it is not supported by Vim properly. Skill issues maybe. No, I don't think it's a skill issue. It's a NeoVim issue for sure. Yeah, the defaults are bad. I mean, the fact that the defaults are bad is not like the worst part, but yeah, configuring and making a mistake in the configuration is really easy in NeoVim. You write something in Lua, which is the horrible programming language that being dynamically typed makes it really easy to make a bug. Your plugins crash all the time. I don't know. I mean, they don't crash all the time, but they do crash, and it's annoying. You know, I have a lot less issues with VS Code because I don't know. They just the things are just maintained better there because more people use it, I guess, or something. I'm not sure. You got Kobe Boy notification? Yeah, I pressed the button on accident. And started the stream on the Kobe Boy on accident. One day NeoVim will have multi-cursors. I think they need to like completely like it will not be called NeoVim anymore. I think one day Helix will have plugins and frontend like NeoVide, so that there will be no reason to use NeoVim anymore. I think that's more likely to happen. NeoVim has too much legacy stuff to maintain. How's the code explaining itself? I just started, and then I did a small change in my NeoVim configuration. Helix is the one that is always in kind of visual mode. Helix is the same. It's not always in kind of visual mode. I mean, I guess. It's not like the visual mode is like, it's like someone said that Helix copied Cocoon, basically. If you tried that editor, I never tried it. But yeah, like you see what you are going to do before you do it. For example, in Vim, if you delete a word, right, you press D and then you press W to delete a word, right? But like it happens before, like, you know, in Helix, it's the other way around. You say word and then you delete, and then it like highlights the word that you are about to delete before it happens. It's more visual feedback. It's easier to understand, more intuitive, and everything. Like I like that more about Helix. Like the movement is better there, I think. One thing that I don't like about Helix is like, and I prefer the Vim, is the visual line mode. You know, I cannot that easily go in Helix and select this line and then select the line above at the same time. It's weird there, like selecting lines, I think. Anyway, that doesn't really matter. All right. So like I was saying, Nertzel or Nigel, since you guys just joined, I rewrote the AST parsing from scratch. So so I think it's actually going to be not that hard to explain myself this time. Like I was struggling to write how this works before. Now it should be easy, I think, because I think I actually understand the code now, my own code. You know, previously I was kind of understanding it, but not really. Now I think I actually understand it. Okay. So yeah, the sensitive definitions are stored in a tree. A tree data structure where each node represents partially parsed syntax definition. Is it the third or fourth writing of the parser now? I think maybe even the fifth. I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. Like the code is simpler now than it was in the OCaml version for sure. So it's definitely an improvement what I have right now. But I did spend a lot of time doing that, right? So I'm not sure. Like, I mean, is it worth it? I think it's worth it still. The more times you rewrite it, the better. I mean, the first couple times that I was rewriting it in Rust were not really working well. Yeah. But yeah, it takes time to come up with an actually simple solution, I guess. Sometimes, like, you need to rethink things from scratch sometimes to stop having something overcomplicated. Kizzy3D, hello, hello. So Rust wasn't handy. Rust has nothing to do with it. It's not a language issue. I had the same issue in OCaml. I couldn't explain the OCaml code either. It's the algorithm itself that was overcomplicated, I think. Anyway, let's see if I can explain myself this time, because maybe it still is if I cannot. You know? So we store syntax definitions in a tree. And then, like, if in case you don't know what a tree is, I'm going to like tell about it, right? So it's a tree data structure where each node represents partially parsed syntax definition, and each from parent to child represents making progress, which is either following a keyword or passing the inner value. Some nodes are terminal, meaning that they represent fully parsed syntax definition. For example, if we store the ternary if, there should be a path from the root of the tree following the edges like this. So these are the edges. It's either a value or a keyword, right? So this would be a path in the tree. The final node after following this path is sparks as terminal, corresponding to this definition itself. Okay. It would be nice if we had like multiple syntax definitions. So over here I tried to have like another adjust if, you know, true value if condition. Partially parsed syntax definition, you don't get it. I'm talking about how you parse syntax statements, or if you're parsing the text according to the defined syntax. Partially parsed syntax definition, you don't get it. Talking about how you parse syntax statements, or if you're parsing the text according to the defined syntax. Well, I mean, let's say that in the code you have something like if you have something like a, so you're trying to parse something like a plus b, right? I'm not defining. I'm not right now. I'm describing the data structure that I use as a helper. Maybe I should do that like later. But yeah, basically, like let's say that I'm trying to parse a plus b, right? This consists of three things that I'm going to parse one by one. First, I will parse a value. Then I will continue with a plus, right? And this like states a plus is going to be represented by a node in the in this tree, you know. So I know that I have already parsed a value and then a keyword plus, right? And then from there, I know that I can follow it with another value, because we have like a binary plus a syntax definition, you know. Does that make sense? So a partially parsed syntax is literally like some like is literally just like the prefix. So when you parse the grammar file, you construct this tree and then you use it as a guide to how to parse the text. Yeah, basically. Basically, so we're using this tree data structure in the algorithm, right? So maybe like I should describe the algorithm, like the overview of the algorithm first before having this data structure, you know, explained. Well, let's see. The AST parsing. You want here? Did you write the parser in another language? It's in Rust. What do you mean in another language? It was in the OCaml, and then I mean it never got implemented in Haskell, so yeah, it's just in Rust still. Lincoln, you will miss another rewrite. I'm not sure if I will have another rewrite. There is I think we might add some things to it, but mostly this should be fine. No more rewrites are needed, I think. I mean, there will be one more rewrite in the language itself at some point, if we get there. Probably not going to happen very soon, though. LCDE. I did this. Is it compiled with pretty cool to self-host? The only built-in thing is going to be the interpreter, but the compiler is planned in it also as a library. Yes, it is compiled, but it is interpreted also, you know? Does that make sense? It's both. It's everything. Okay, I just show an example of how what's the end goal for this AST parsing, right? We're parsing an expression into this stuff. At your job, developers want you to show them how to install and run auto tests, while I still wasn't given time to write it all, and so I'll have to show them how bad and unusable it is. All right. Show them how bad it is. Wait, something that you did is wrong and is bad and unusable? Or they want you to show... Anyway. I think coming up with better examples here would make sense, but let's ignore the example parts for now. You have to show them the product after the previous scores. All right. Overview. Let's see. Overview of the algorithm itself, right? So here we go. So So the high level, I don't know. So like the algorithm starts by by um starts by um starts by trying to parse and a simple value, or I don't know, not a simple value really. What is this, Pigorly? Goofy boy. No, yeah. I know, Pigorly. I pressed the button on accident. There is no noita today. A variable? No, not a variable. Like it's easier seen with an example, but coming up with an examples, I guess, is going to be hard. Let's see. Let's say that I have a plus b plus c, right? Or I don't know. Let's say that I even have something like a plus b plus c plus d, right? So we go left to right, okay? And the first step is to try and parse the first thing, which starts on the very left, right? So the first thing in this expression is actually this complex expression, which is the a plus b in parentheses, right? The stream avatars is not enabled. Yeah. Yeah, it's like an expression that I'm trying to parse, but like the end goal is to parse the entire expression, right? But we start by parsing a small expression, and then we try to grow it into bigger expressions on the right side, you know. So like we start by basically like on the high level we parse the a plus b, then we combine the a plus b with plus c, and then we combine this with plus d too. You know. There you go. Now you can fart all you want, Veligbot. To parse. Process, like, I don't know, smallest expression starting at the beginning. Well, now everyone is farting. What else is there? Hello there. Parsing the complex algorithm followed by plus b complex expression. I don't know. I think what I want to call is the smallest expression. You know. So the smallest expression in this one is a plus b. The smallest expression in something like a plus b plus c would be just a. So it depends, you know, what we have in the beginning, you know. So we start by ChatGPT is good for stuff like this. I don't know. I'm not sure if it is. What is the prompt that I should give to the ChatGPT anyway? Trying to parse the smallest expression starting at the beginning. Explain this code, Control V. Yeah, the code is there. You can try doing that. I'm not doing that. Here we go again. Yeah. I am an AI hater. I'm not using ChatGPT. I'm going to spend a month trying to come up with the words. If that's what it takes. But I'm not going to use ChatGPT. What you would you call the expression A plus B? Um. If GPT was capable of that, there would be no reason in making docs, because everyone would be able to just ask GPT. Well, it's improving, right? So I don't know. It's like, I mean, I can see how it can help. Yes, but I'm not using it anyway. I refuse. I'm a hater. The AI is not going to take my job. If GPT was capable of that, it would just write all the code for you. I mean, isn't it writing code for some people already? It will give vocabulary literally. I don't think it's the vocabulary that's the problem though. Is it? I don't know. The algorithm starts by trying to parse the smallest expression, starting at the beginning. Like beginning. Let's see. Let's just say, for example, it would read, it would parse just A from A plus B plus C, or it would parse A plus B from A plus B plus C plus D. You know, kind of that smallest possible expression. I mean, isn't smallest already like smallest possible? Isn't that word like unnecessary? The possible. You know. After that, it tries to grow the first expression by it's your docs, you do whatever you want to do. I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to do something. What's better, I'm not sure. If you understand it, then it's good. If you don't understand it, then it can be improved, right? That's the only criteria that I'm thinking about, I guess. It tries to expand by expand the first expression by making it a part of a more complex expression, finding the next smallest. You replace the A with a V in the first line. I think that's not true, but at the same time, I don't think it matters for understandability. All right, once the text is there, fixing these small things can be done afterwards, you know. But I think you are wrong. I think it's an A here. Incoming fixed grammar pull request. Yeah, there you go. You can just do a pull request fixing the grammar. Later, run it through the deep L. Maybe I will run it through the deep L, we'll see. After that, it tries to expand the first expression by making it part of a more complex expression, finding the next smallest one. Okay, once again, for example, A from A plus B plus C would be expanded to A plus B and A plus B. Try reading it. The algorithm starts by trying to parse a smallest expression starting at the beginning. Yes? What's wrong with it? Yeah, maybe the A is also not supposed to be there at all. Isn't there supposed to be like no A, neither A nor the? I don't know, English is not my first language. I have no idea what's the correct thing. It doesn't matter right now, anyway. It's unconventional, but you like it. What do you like? The no A, no the, or what? Or the way it is right now? A. And A plus B from A plus B plus C plus D would be expanded to A plus B. Let's see. I mean, that's pretty obvious. Maybe we should come up with better examples here, but maybe some other time. This also is just like about some math expressions instead of using like the ifs and everything. But it's all the same, technically. Then it tries to expand it again and again until the entire until it can make no more progress. AN is using for something non-specific. Yes, it is non-specific though, is it? It is not specific because like a specific one is from a specific example, right? So in A plus B plus C, it would be like the smallest thing is A. But in this expression, the smallest thing is A plus B, right? So if I'm talking about a specific example, then I would use a the. But since I'm talking about like the generic stuff, it's supposed to be an A. No? Might mean the smallest as in atomic cannot be broken down more, but it still tries to parse any impossible thing instead of the one special thing. Like it's not always atomic though, right? Atomic is like the A here, right? This is why I'm giving this other example where the first thing that I would parse is still a complex expression, right? It's just like the first thing, like the smallest thing that you can see starting from the beginning is that. You know, like because the first thing is an opening bracket, so you need to parse until the closing bracket basically. Otherwise, you will end up with unfinished expression, right? When you starting at the beginning, yeah, I mean starting at the beginning of the input. So I'm trying to see where can I stop. So like I'm going from left to right, and like where can I stop so that it's like actually something that can be treated as its own thing. You know, the only thing that can be treated as its own thing in the A plus B plus C plus B plus D is the entire bracketed expression in the beginning, right? The only thing that can be treated as its own thing in A plus B plus C is the A on its own, right? can make no more progress. This is not such a big deal and doesn't need much discussion. I think I will just copy paste the the code from the thing here. You could rewrite it as parse one smallest valid expression. Yeah, I'm not sure. So like in code, I call it read one, right? I think I should like rename it into something better, right? But yeah. Let's see, function, parse expression, option, expression. I mean, I'm calling it AST, but like whatever. So I will the as in superlative here. Be honest, my diagram being so wrong helped to fix your parser. It's because of the word smallest that in above itself specifies something. Huh? I don't know. Okay, anyway, what matters is that like someone understands what is happening here, right? And maybe like after I finish writing this, if someone wants, they can fix it to be proper English. I just want to have it written down, you know? I'm not going to think about it too much here. So yeah, I'm just going to like do this here. You know? Also like the first step is basically same as expanding from nothing. So the so we do this. Hi, new here, Kobe. Hello. So we do this. So already parsed is none, right? And then we do a loop. Try and expand already parsed, you know. So if I expanded, if okay, expanded is try expand, and already parsed is the expanded stuff. Otherwise we break. Or I guess, hold on, there you go. I think this is a simple overview. Can you link the diagram? It just did something like this. Okay. I'm just like, this is basically how the code actually is, right? Let's see. It's the So this is the actual thing. This is the actual code, right? But we just only have the important details here. But I did like that I named it already parsed. So already parsed is none, right? With already parsed is this. This kind of inefficient. Not what I was doing. Yeah, I also think that it still is like kind of I don't know, like I don't know. I'm used to. It looks a little weird to my eyes, but I'm not sure what's wrong with it. Even if it was the correct thing. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we could like, you know, this over here, instead of having this written as like text here, replace this with like with an image of a tree, right? And by the way, this should be deleted. This is old stuff. You have zero experience with Lexer's parsers. I also am like, I am making my own programming language, but I really know nothing about making these things. So I'm kind of learning by doing, you know. Like I said, like what I am having here, I think is called pret parser, but I am not really sure because because I'm too lazy to read through the like the paper that explains what exactly a pret parser is. Can you show off a project you recently finished? Bread parser. Yeah, sure, you can show off a project you recently finished, Toby. I'm not promising that I'm going to look at it for a long time though. But you can link it. No, not the bread parser, the pret parser. Pret. P-R-A-T-T. Pret parser. Versus recursive descent. Like, you know, like recursive descent is something that a lot of people know about, right? But I feel like, do they teach you pret parsing in universities, anyone? Because I think recursive descent is like basically like an like an exercise that they give you. No? I don't know because they didn't teach me shit in university. Any progress on making a mascot for the language? I don't know. There was someone who made the thing, but then they never finished. I mean, I just said that maybe we can keep it the circle shape, like my original one. I don't know. This that was kind of cool though. Maybe I'll write them and see if they want to change it or not, or maybe we just use that one. I don't care much. But it is a unicorn. Okay, I think it has been decided that the mascot of the programming language is the unicorn because because it's going to just work like magic, you know, our language. Now that's cursed. What is cursed? The thing that they did, or my current one, or is that thing cursed? My idea is that we could just make this, but looking professionally, you know? It's just like a spherical unicorn, you know? That emote. It's a unicorn, and it's a spherical one, because sphere is the perfect shape, you know? It was just done in Paint. If it was instead to be done professionally, it could be less cursed. Why does he have the black eyes though? What kind of what should it be instead? I don't know. It's because I drew it in Paint in like 10 seconds. What color should the eyes be? Let's take a look at Toby. Project. Main ASM. All right. What kind of assembly is this? Alt. CPU visualization sounds. There's some WAV files. Source. There's Rust, and then there's assembly at the same time. Smooth step. Instructions, hash map. Nope. Okay, so you implement your own virtual machine. Is that right? And then you try running that assembly through this. 4P in 0 to 0x. That. Wait. Huh. The GitHub UI is weird. Draw rectangle. What do you use for drawing the macro quad? Alright. Nice. And then over here we have the implementation of that thing. Didn't you have a hash map? Why do you need to hard code these numbers again? You had literally a hash map in the beginning of what this thing is. I guess this is just like the instructions, the documentation. Okay. All right, let's try copying this. Do we just cargo run here? Main ASM. Okay, I see. Let's do Nix develop using the link cider environment. Cargo run release main as. Sure, let's try that. It's going to give us some sounds. Oh shit, that's the animation looks nice. There is so small amount of code. Or is this some other library that you use for the UI here? There was not a lot of code. Did I finally begin to write unit tests? No. I'm not. I was never talking about unit tests. I was just talking about tests, not unit tests. Load immediate load value in the register. Do I need to like do something? A1. Oh, I can just change the things in the memory, and then it like becomes an expression, and then space does the okay, store value from a register to a memory. Okay, and then space goes further. And okay, nice. You have it's a nice project. Could be a cool thing to like teach assembly maybe. Yeah, looks pretty clean. The animations are cool. You can click things. Oh, this is like auto run basically. This is the halt, I guess, the FF. Is it? Or is just like the unknown I guess. Yeah, it's just the unknown expression, so it does nothing there. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. And this is like our memory here. This is the pointer, carry flag. X, Y. So we have two registers, a pointer, and a carry flag, and memory. Nice. Cool thing. I like it. You just do it for fun? Just 1,000 lines of code to do that. Maybe we should, like, you know, maybe we should call it smallest complete expression. Because, like, that's what we're talking about. It's the, like, the smallest complete thing from the beginning. Over here is this. Right? Anyway. You need a replacement for your hand drawing when explaining? Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. You teach in free time? Cool. Cool. How does it work for you and teaching? I feel like for me, coming up with words is really hard. So you know, like let's say that I was trying to teach what I have done here, right? How to parse an AST. In order to just prepare that lesson, I need to spend like a week apparently. Yeah, like the preparation for a lesson is so much work. That's why I'm not a teacher, I guess. Kuvi smiles. Kuvi knows that he's lying to us. What am I lying about? I tried teaching a little bit. I don't know. I didn't really enjoy it. I want to write unit tests. No, I want to write tests. Okay, after that, it tries to expand the first expression by making it a part of a more complex expression, finding the next smallest one. For example, A would be expanded to A plus B, this would be expanded to that, okay, sure. Then it tries to expand it again and again until we make no progress. The first step is basically same as expansion from nothing. So what we do is this. What we do is this. You know, we are trying to parse. We start with the already parsed being nothing, then we try to expand the already parsed thing like that. Yeah. And there you go. And then we just return the already parsed. So like what we already parsed in the end is what is the result here. So this is the overview of the parser. It's very simple, right? It's just 3 lines of code. That's not correct code, but whatever. It's an overview, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So how exactly do we try to expand? So so expanding Um, hmm. So a single expand operation is trying to parse a single syntax definition. Is trying to parse a single is trying to parse either a simple value. They call it atomic values usually, right? A simple a simple single token value, or a single syntax definition. Is that okay? In order to do so, we store all the syntax definitions in a dedicated in a data structure that in a helper data structure, helper data structure, and then we go into the explaining this data structure, right? So we store the syntax definitions in a tree data structure where each node represents partially parsed syntax definition and edge from a parent to child, and this tree represents making progress, which is either following a keyword or parsing an inner value. Comment an actual line of source code. I mean, the markdown is source code. For this text, you know? Yeah, and an actual parent to child represents making progress, which is either following a keyword or parsing an inner value. So some nodes are terminally and they represent fully parsed syntax definition. And Mel 8, hello. So single expand up, yeah, okay. So we do this, we do that. So in addition, all right. I think like it would be nice if we had like an example. For if we had. Like what I want to have here is like an image of a tree potentially, right? Like this one, that what we had, right? Let's have something that is not very. I don't know. Let's say that if in addition to this syntax we also had a similar syntax definition, but without the else case, let's also add and let's say a binary plus operator defined as a syntax syntax plus is A plus B, right? Something like this. I know we would have a tree like that. So we have a root, we have the value, value value can be continued with a plus, Plus can be continued with another value, which terminal plus. Totally not a suspicious comment. Wait, what? Huh? Can I escape this somehow? How does this work? In HTML, how do I escape this thing? I just do the M dash or something. I'm not sure. Comment injection.
Can you rechat, please?
Just put it behind the div. You mean like put the entire thing inside a div? What do you mean behind a div? Tags div? Yeah, I know, but this was part of the comment that Nigel did. How it will render if I don't fix it? I mean, this is a div will display style none, so I guess we still don't see anything here, right? If I inspect this, is there going to be... Wait, hold on. This actually is a comment, a singular comment anyway? I mean, I did the M dash, right? Wait, what? Hold on. I think it's... Wait, what? It was... It's parsed correctly here, it seems. You see? This is the comment. It's not being closed by this thing. Why not? How did it figure it out? The HTML parser is probably much more complex than my parser. Oh, did I not save? Yeah, maybe I did not save. You're right. Oh, there you go. Oh, like everything after that is hidden, right? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Vote ban Nigel withdraw. Right. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, what else do we have? We have a value. Then we can continue with an if. Let's have a condition here spelled out. If we continue with a value. This is terminal just if, but we can also continue it with an else. Then we continue with another value, and then it would be terminal ternary if, right? Something like this. This could be converted into an actual image instead. Maybe. So how would we do this? What would we do? Draw IO. Draw IO. How do we do this? I think I'm going to spend too much time trying to figure out how to do it here. Can I put some text inside this circle? Text. UML. Oh, is it UML that I'm trying to do here? Boundary object provided. Like, how do I draw a tree? Double tap to add text. Oh, is it? Oh, no way. Nice. Root. Gonna make it bigger. Oh shit. It lags. It lags. Is it normal that it lags? Why is it lagging so much? Potato PC, yeah, probably. What? Oh. Ugh. Eh. This is funny. Never lagged for you. Alright. Maybe I just make it smaller. Like this. Then the text can be a little bit smaller. Maybe. It's not centered. Position, center. It's not centered. How do I actually center it? I'm closing it. Alright. I'm not into learning this right now. If in addition to this syntax, we also had a similar syntax definition, but well, the else case, then we'll do this. And we have a tree like that. Okay. So this is explaining the data structure. Then parsing. Parsing single definition. Right. So now we continue on the on this. On like how exactly do we expand, right? A single expand operation is trying to parse either a single token or a single syntax definition. Or do so with store all the syntax in a helper function. All right. So, in order to expand, all right. So then it was right below the font size. Yeah, but it wasn't already centered. That's what it was telling me, that it was already centered. A diagram NeoVim. NeoVim plugin for rendering diagrams powered by Image NeoVim. You'll need to set up Image NeoVim to use this plugin in either Kitty or Uberzug. Graph LR. Hello there. As you create diagrams and visualizations using text and code. Craft TD. Canned diagram. Class diagram. Entity relationship diagram. User journey diagram. Quadrant chart. yeah, maybe once we actually, maybe even Nerdsol categories. Hold on. Category theory diagram. But I want to just show a tree. Plum F. Plum F. Facts. Facts can be used together with the rules. That's a fact. How do we do it again? Too much text to read to understand how to use this. That's nice though. Parsing single definition. Okay. Okay. So in order to expand to expand okay, actually what I wanted to add that like actually since we need to expand either starting with an already parsed value or with nothing, the tree, the two roots, I mean, we store two roots, only docs updates today. I don't think I'm going to convert into like the internet representation yet. Yeah, I think I'm only going to update like this thing, and I don't know. I can update something else on the website, maybe some other descriptions that I wanted to change. I don't know. Maybe I can write some tests, you know, because like I said, I didn't have enough tests. But do you think I added tests? No, I didn't. We still don't have enough tests. I just fixed the thing by manually testing. I didn't add any tests. But I know that when I rewritten this, it can parse like the actual code that I have written before. So like all the code that was being parsed by the OCaml version before is parsed again. Write tests. Yeah. Two roots. One starting without a value and one with. Instead of having having a value edge from the root. I mean, it's the same thing, but like it doesn't matter. But technically, I store the two roots here. How are your tests going, Devninja? Is Dart good for testing? For writing tests? Did you make more more progress on your project? It's really easy. I'm actually wondering if I should rewrite my tests from Nix into Rust here. I mean, it's kind of nice that I had them in Nix so that it's not like language dependent, but at the same time, I could use the built-in stuff in Cargo. Yesterday I spent the whole day writing a CLI table renderer. So in order to expand, in order to parse a single syntax definition, we need to traverse this tree to some terminal node. Maybe let's do it once again, like the overview of the algorithm, you know. Function expand, you know, starting value is an optional, what did I call it? Expression, sure. I mean, AST expression, I'm just saying that I'm treating everything as an expression. Should it be AST? That's what it is in code. Start value option AST, and this gives me the result AST. But without test, now you have a CLI table which renders properly with enough space but gets fucked up on smaller sizes. You need to write test for smaller sizes, DevNinja. I think, like, if you don't add tests, then it's going to be unusable. Like you even know that it gets fucked up on smaller sizes, so like you know that it doesn't work correctly, and you still don't add the tests for it. That's not the dev ninja that I know. You'll rewrite it though. Okay. So first, let's see. Let's see here. I want to keep it like shorter than what I actually have. What I have actually is I called it read one. Maybe I should call it an expand. All right. So we have this start value, right? Real world example. If you want to draw graphs from Markdown. Yeah, but is it supported by this Zola? Like, am I not supposed to, like, because I'm using a pretty specific Markdown renderer? Like, I need to figure out what is supported by that, or like, can I expand it? This looks like a template thing. Zola graphs. Zola. Get Zola graphs. Mermaid integration. So like you were talking about Mermaid. Let's see. There is a discussion here. Mermaid JS in Zola. There is syntax highlighting. Would template be enough? Here is a simple example. Okay. All right.
Can you read chat, please?
Mermaid is pretty dope. Adding Mermaid JS to Zola. Yeah, there's also like this thing that I found immediately, right? We just do, so we need to have a script, so we need to like import the JavaScript library for mermaid, right? And then and we have a template for mermaid diagram, right? And then we just call the mermaid diagram like this. So we just wrap the body in the mermaid class div. Yeah, that's easy. Then we just need to learn mermaid, right? And this is doing the same thing by but by having an article. Okay, very cool. Okay. Ogma, hello. How are you doing? Yeah, this is nice. Nah, not really going to do that right now. Let's see. So this function is kind of not very easy. It's 100 lines of code. Maybe I could like split it into smaller functions here. Not sure, not sure. But the like what I'm trying to write is the overview of how this works, right? You're okay? How am I? I am okay too. Uh, um, so we say something like that. Node is we just say the start value. If it's some, then it's root with a value. If it's none, then it's root without value. That's what we do. And then we do something like we do a loop. Let's see. First, see if it's simple. Value, right? So if not peak token its keyword, then return okay simple kast simple pop token, something like that, you know. It's more complex than that, but I'm just trying to write an overview here, right? Right. So then we go in a loop, and then we see if node next if let some next node is node next get for keyword edge using the peak token, something like this. And then node is next node, you know. Otherwise, if node next get value edge is some, then we say parse expression. This is like the overview. Else we break, and then node terminal assert node is terminal, select parsed values to the AST node or something, you know, return okay AST flags using node terminal. let definition no terminal fact failed to parse arrived in on-terminal node something something. I don't know, I'm not sure what we should call here. Complex no terminal collect parsed collect let not parse inner values is the start value back from operator, something like that. Inner values extend parse expression, okay, but only if let some value is this. Push else break. Okay, I'm just doing this in terms of code, and then this is not the complete code, obviously. But this is what we have. When do I return error here? If I could make no progress, I think, right? Yeah. It's false. Progress is true. In your uni, they taught you the algorithm you're using for the parser, but it was only for arithmetic expressions, and they didn't call it recursive descent. Yes, I think so. Like they call it the operator precedence, which is the pret parser. That's what they called it in your university. I mean, maybe it's not exactly the same. There's a section about the pret parser here. Another precedence parser known as pret parsing. Something, something. Yeah. Okay, so now you understand what it is even more, right? Self-made progress is false. Um... If node is equal to the start node made no progress, so in this case you just return error something something. Let me go look at your notes on it. Are you like learning this right now? Okay, now we have this piece of code, right? It's not complete code. One of the things that it doesn't have is the is like the binding powers and everything, the priorities. Because when I'm parsing an inner expression here, I need to know that that I'm parsing something inside an existing another expression, so I should not. I should like take priorities into consideration. There's some other things, but this makes it at least like small, right? This is just 30 lines of code instead of 100 lines of code like I actually have. So in order to parse a single node definition, we traverse this tree to some terminal node. Okay, now that I have written this down, let's try doing this as a text, right? So we try to make progress in a loop. We try to make as much progress. We try to make as much progress as we can in a loop. In a loop. In every iteration, we see if the token ahead is a keyword that we can follow. With we first see follow with. If not, then if not, and if there exists an edge, and there exists a value edge from the current node, then we try to parse a value. We try to parse a value by recursively calling into parse expression, right? If it succeeded to parse something, then we follow the value edge. Then follow the edge. In other cases, we stop progress. We stop and check that we arrived in a terminal node. If not, then syntax. Then the code has a syntax error, right? Yeah. If not, then a syntax error. Here's here's an incomplete is it the NetHack symbol on my short? NetHack symbol. Now NetHack. I mean, this character exists in a lot of places, including in NetHack, I guess. But yeah, it's a logo of the company, which doesn't exist anymore. Cars incomplete implementation. Okay, there's the missing parts here. The missing part, I guess, the most important missing part is like the priorities, right? Is the priorities. When parsing inner values, it is also important to take priorities and associativities and associativitives of syntax definitions into consideration. Inner priorities are precedences. You want me to rename this to precedence? I'm calling it priorities. What's the difference anyway? Precedence, what does it even translate into? Like, it's literally translated into priority for me. What's the difference in English? Priority versus precedence. Precedence is more formal and less common than priority. There is a small difference in meaning. Priority refers to importance, where precedence refers to sequence of time. Often the difference is only one of emphasis. Other verbs like give and have been used similarly. Does precedence mean priority? Precedence means priority of importance. Precedent means an earlier occurrence. Priority means something is more important than another. Write both terms. Okay, well, I'm using priorities in my code. I guess I could do it over here, like when I'm saying the definition, you know, like when I'm saying that this is my definition of the ternary if, for example, I'm saying priority, precedence. I'm just going to do it once over here in the beginning then. I don't think it matters. Like, people will understand what it means anyway, right? I mean, I say people, who is even going to read this? I don't plan to really post this anywhere. It's like internal documentation kind of thing. So we didn't really call it anything. It was just a convention from conversion from infix to postfix / prefix expressions. Since arithmetic operators are all binary, we didn't even have to draw any trees to understand the expressions. Yeah, I think like, yeah, that makes sense, because like the simplest parser that you can do is when you only have the binary operators. Then you add prefix operators, your parser becomes even harder. You add postfix, like another thing. Then you have like ternary operator, which is another thing, right? It's the, I don't know. I feel like this article is kind of good. Simple but powerful pret parsing, which like is implementing this thing in Rust. It's literally is going like the same way. It's starting by having the binary operators, then it's adding prefixes, suffixes, prefix postfix operations. Then it adds the they call it the king of all operators or something, right? The ultimate boss of all operators, the dreaded ternary operator is like the most complex thing. And then what I am doing is I'm going even further. I'm making all of these like to be dynamic, and it can be like even more like operators and any other things in any places kind of thing. But it's all the same thing. Which so my understanding of the pret parsing only comes from this article over here. So yeah, that's why I'm saying that my parser is, I think, pret parser, but I don't really know. They don't even like explain what a pret parser is. What the way they do it in over here is they start from the simple implementation and then like grow it, and then they end up with some implementation in the end. They don't really like, I don't know. There is not really a definition. But I guess this is the correct way of teaching things, by starting simple and then adding on features, which is basically what I'm trying to do here. I'm just not starting with the most simple Like I could literally start basically with this article and then expand by making this dynamic kind of thing. You will read it? Alright. If you will read it and I will understand it, that's good. Descending to the depths of hell to get more coal to people, very commendable. Deserving praise. Why am I always misspelling definition? It's like I have done I have written the word definition in when I was writing this like 10 times already, and every time I'm missing an I over here. It's the same typo every time too. I need to a plugin for NeoVim. NeoVim spelling. Spell checking. Is it spell? NeoVim IO doc user spell. Vim only checks words for spelling, but there's no grammar check. NeoVim word spell check. NeoVim using the spell checker. Any same person's editor already has a spell checking built in. Yes, but NeoVim is not a same person's editor. That's true. So we need to build it ourselves, right? Or do I need to like I mean I need to set it up, right? Set spell lang. The auto completion is not very good here. Is equal en. Okay. Spell lang is English already. So I just set spell. Spell is no spell. So I just need to do set spell is true. Just like set spell basically. Is that it? There you go. Succeeded. It found it immediately. All right. How many R's are in strawberry? I'm not an AI. I can count. It's 3. Is there how do we do the next misspelled word? Okay. Cast is misspelled? Cast is not misspelled. Tree is not misspelled. Is there a telescope for spell? Spell suggest? Okay. Oh, spell suggest. Alright. Okay, so we can do this. I think telescope is an overkill though for the spell suggestion. This should be more like a code action. This covers the entire screen. I don't want it to cover the entire screen. Adding words to the spell file. Spell. Spell good, spell dumb, spell rare. Spell info. Spell repol. No previous spell replacement. Spell good. Spell good. What argument regarded? Okay, help spell. How do I? Increase the height plus 10 plus. All right, 10 plus. I really hate the fact that the help is splitting my editor. Search backwards, add word, and then like ZG, but add the words to internal word list. Mark the word as a wrong. Where's the where's to fix? Fix. Oh. Mark the word. Remove the word. Add word. Spell wrong. Add. Is there no suggestion? Finding suggestions for bad word. Okay, Z equal. Okay. Z equal. Spell suggest option influences how the list of suggestion is generated and sorted. Okay. Okay, so just the Z equal is what I want here. Z equal. Nice. Okay. So over here, that's again. See, that's what I'm talking about. The definition. I have done this already 10 times. This is supposed to be definition. Nice. Again, the definition. It's wrong every time. Succeeded. There you go. Nice. I need to put this in my thing. In the mix files. Let's open NeoVim. Lua. I need to do spell. So there is no spell, right? I just do something like enable spell checking, right? So we just do vim opt spell is true. Is that what I do, right? Yeah, I think that's all I do. Wait, why do I have this enabled now? Why do I have this enabled now? Is it not like, is it stored, like, is this setting for spell checking stored somewhere outside of my NeoVim configuration? Or is it because I just set spell, I guess, set no spell, because I literally just did it, right? If I quick go back here, set spell with NeoVim. Yeah, I think I just did it manually just a second ago. Vim opt spell is true. That's how I do it in Lua, right? Enable spell checking. Okay. Enable spell checking in nice. Two additions to the NeoVim configuration today. Every day you add a single thing because the NeoVim can, like, I don't know. Why is it just not configured by default? Every small thing needs to be thought about manually. Also, so how about, let's see. Add word to spell list, right? So if I do this, option spell file is not set. Okay, so I need to, like, but okay, now I need to set the spell file option. You don't know, like spell checker, they mark all your text red because they want you to move to VS Code. I don't remember if I needed to enable the spell checking in VS Code too. You cannot type. I mean, now everything is being, like, highlighted, right? AST is being highlighted, which obviously is yeah. So now I need to set the spell file, help spell file. Name of the word list file where the words are added. Like, can I have a spell file for a project in the current directory? Vim is not pre-configured because Vim is not pre-configured because Axe is not pre-configured because Add is not pre-configured. No, I mean, it actually is pre-configured. It's just pre-configured to some bad defaults. There is some configuration. I mean, I have the L key bound to going right, and H key bound to going left, and J to going down, and K to going up, right? That's something that is pre-configured. I can remap it to something else, right? There must be a comma separated list of names. Would be the list. Like, why is this a built-in feature, by the way, and not a plugin? Vim is bloated. All right, whatever. We will have everything highlighted with red underlines, and I will disable the spell checking soon. I guess is what's going to happen. Let's continue first. Doing some progress actually. We try to make as much progress as we can in a loop. In every iteration, we first see if the token had a keyword that we can follow with. If not, if there exists a value edge from the current node, then we try to parse the value by recursively calling into the parse expression. If it's excited to parse something, then we can follow with the value edge. In other cases, we stop and check if we're right on the terminal node. If not, then the code has a syntax error. All right. I'm not sure if it's like worth like saying this and showing this source code, which does the same. Whatever. I guess like just the important part is that when parsing inner values, it is also important to take priorities and associativities of syntax definitions into consideration, right? So we say something like into consideration. This means that both parse expression and expand actually are also taking extra argument which is the binding power, and binding power is the priority plus associativity of the outer expression, if there is one. So let's do this over here. Binding power for inner values. I'm just not going to tell how exactly it's calculated here, right? If there is one. The only exception is if we are parsing an inner value inside parentheses. Is a side parenthesis. Like if we are parsing inside parentheses, like if we are parsing colon expression this syntax definition, and once again I have misspelled in such case inner values are parsed just like the top level expression. Okay, there we go. Is that enough of the explanation here? Is that enough? Start value and outer binding power, I guess. Something like that. And then I need to make sure that I'm checking, you know, over here. So let's see. So what we have is actually the check that the next node, you know, if next if check binding power of the next node and outer binding power. And then we break. So like we don't do much in these cases, right? When parsing inner values, it is important. So this also means that binding power is stored in the syntax definition in the syntax tree in every node. Other than root. And when making progress, we check that that we would actually proceed. We check if we should actually proceed or not. Something like this. Something like this. All right. I think this should be enough to like understand what I'm doing, and then after that you just look at the code and it starts to make sense. I'm just using a little bit of a different namings here. So let's see if I want to change anything. Right, so like once again, this is the outer reading expression. There's also like other things such as continuation keywords and like the syntax, because syntax can change while I'm parsing syntax, because I can have local syntax, but like that's, I think, I don't know, should I mention that there? I'm also like not really doing this right now, I think. So I'm going to like change that later. Continuation keywords is kind of important thing to have, you know. You know, so I say something like if pick token let's just say that there are some missing details from this, right? There are more missing details in this implementation. Let's just talk about the continuation keywords a little bit. For example, if there is a syntax definition which can be continued, which contains a keyword which is the same which can also be used to start be used in the beginning, which is also used in the beginning of another definition. Then we shouldn't start parsing a new one while in the process of parsing another. Let's just say, for example, if we had definition, you know, like a definition that contains parentheses, like you know, what would be an example here? What would be an example here? Like I don't know. Let's just say if condition if condition so instead of using the then keyword, I would use a parenthesis, for example, here. Right? Like, for example, if we had something like this. Condition body closing bracket. If we had definitions, if we had these definitions, let's see. Syntax if something something. Syntax all is function args. So like this one is like is a syntax for calling a function without having any keywords in it at all, right? And then we have syntax parenthesized. Is that how you do it? You know, something something is just opening bracket, expression, and closing bracket, right? In this case, when parsing condition of the if, we should treat the opening bracket as continuation of the if, not as start of the second argument of call with condition being the first. Does that make sense? Does this one over here make sense? I feel like these continuations, is there another example which does not involve the call? I'm not sure. But yeah, basically, if we start parsing like over here, the inner value, right? We see condition and then opening brackets with the body, right? This looks like I'm trying to call condition with the body, basically. But that's not what we're trying to do. So that's why we have this extra thing. When syntax changes continuously, how will syntax call in second line not just be parsed is call f syntax call, because syntax is the only like hard-coded thing like over here, right? We first see if this is a simple value. This is one of the like this is the incomplete implementation. In the actual implementation, we see if the peak token is syntax, then we parse the syntax definition, which is its own hard-coded thing, basically. So, like I said, the only hard-coded syntax is the syntax for creating new syntax, right? So it's hard-coded similarly to like it's just another like atomic node in the AST. If you take a look at the definition of the AST, then it's literally one of the three things. It's either a simple token, right? Which is like an identifier or a number or a string literal, for example, right? Or a complex definition in one of the definitions that we have, or it's a syntax definition, literally, which is another thing. So basically, I don't have it implemented right now, but basically, if I see a syntax definition, it is treated like is like parsed like let's take a look at this standard syntax file, right? You can see over here that I have the semicolons in the end, right? Wait, no. Did this even work? I don't remember anymore. I think in the OCaml I wanted it to always end with a semicolon, actually. Yeah. Okay, I don't have an example of what should work, I guess, other than the example local syntax, maybe. So like over here, you see how I have the syntax definition here. So this would be treated as the first value, and then it's combined through the semicolon with this second value, in which we already use this syntax that was just defined. So we introduce a new keyword that is only a keyword inside this scope. Which, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think, like, I think it should be like a, like, not a very well-known feature of the language, you know, because it's more like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it matters. Like, most of the users are not going to use it anyway, I'm assuming. We're going to hide it somewhere deep in the documentation. And all right. So did I do this? Is this done? Let's see what else is missing. ASTMD. Unless kast is parsing intermittent representation people use for their own languages. I don't think I can like do any AST, but yeah, I mean this can be used to define your own DSL, right? So in order to have an HTML inside, like you know how in Rust you would have an HTML macro, Rust, right? Typed HTML maybe. Like what's the crate for it anyway? Like over here, right? You have an HTML exclamation mark, which is just running some code to parse this into some data structure, right? What you could do is you could like actually define that syntax, I guess. I mean, it's like a combination of syntax plus macros. Because the only way to like have to like invoke a macro is by having a syntax definition right now anyway. Like in Rust, every single macro is like exclamation mark, right? But in kast, the macro is just like a way to expand the syntax. So there's like some built-in syntaxes that are like that we will know how to compile into the intermediate representation, and then there's some like user-defined syntaxes for which you will need to like provide a macro. Basically, yeah, like if you want to do something like this, then you would use that feature, I guess. Or you could just do a macro that parses the string instead. You just put this in a string. Like I'm wondering why they did not do this here. Like you know they could do in this macro in HTML exclamation mark, and then inside the argument is going to be like a string literal. Why did not they do this? Because in Rust the input to the macro can only be the correct, like it depends on the tokenizer, right? So if you want a different like sequence of tokens, you would need to do something. I think it's because the procedural macros were not stabilized for a long time, so this was the only way, right? And this was done with declarative macros. Anyway. Let's call this something. What's the title here? Is kast AST parser, you know? Just having a syntax.gs file containing all the syntax constructs of your language, letting kast parse source files into the AST and then processing that AST within your own language logic. Might do that with your own language one day. I like also the way I'm doing my syntax. You cannot do any syntax. Like you cannot model any other language with the way I'm doing this. Like one of the things that is still fixed is a lexer. I don't allow you to change the lexer. I only allow you to introduce new syntax definition that depend on the same lexer, right? Also compile make. All right, I am assuming it is over already, but yeah, there's the lexer that is fixed, which will receive more work, I guess, but I currently don't plan on making the lexer extensible, and also the language is not whitespace significant, I guess, so you could not model something like Python. With this algorithm, I think, like even if the white space was like, how do you do this? Do you make white space a token? If you do white space as a token, it doesn't really like Oh, I guess you do the indentation as a token, right? Increased indentation is a token, and like going indentation back is another token, I guess. So that would be like a part of a lexer then. Would it be a feature request in the future? Yeah, I'm just like even wondering how would I do something like that. I'm not interested in like white space significant syntax though, personally, so yeah. Like, you know, similarly to how the end of file is a token, we could do indentation as a token. And then you basically just change the lexer and you can do the same thing here. Maybe. All right, what's the description here? What's the description? So this is the description, and this is the title. Okay. What about here? Kast AC parser. This is the title that is being shown here. So the description is this. Okay. Why would it be different then? Casts AST parsing. Parsing or parser? I guess it doesn't really matter. Mm -hmm. Okay, and then I just like rename the thing or something. Already parsed, yeah, sure. Finish, yeah, log out, still parsing. I'm not sure if it's actually finished, but yeah. You know, cast parses a single expression, but you don't understand how everything is not an expression. Like, why cannot Java be seen as an expression containing an array of class definitions? I mean, it can, technically, right? But I think that is how some languages work also. They treat everything as an expression in the AST parsing, but then they reject the code later if the syntax doesn't correspond to like the actual thing. I don't know, like just the syntax is defined differently. I guess most of the languages they use like this BNF notation, I think, right? Isn't that how most languages are defined? So you see how expression plus term, right? So this is like the plus. So yeah. In my case, I just have a value. So like, yeah, like all the inner expressions are all of the same type basically, but it's based on precedence instead. Like this allows you to have like more specific syntax for certain parts, but I think like it can be discarded like later, like if you parse in two phases, because like I said, I treat everything as an expression when I'm doing AST parsing. After the AST parsing, when I'm converting into the intermediate representation, I will actually have two things, or at least like that's how it worked in the OCaml implementation. I had expressions and patterns, and those worked a little differently. I'm not sure if I'm going to change that or not. If I could find out a way to treat patterns as values, as expressions too, that would be really nice. Because the pattern is the only thing that is not the first class in the language right now. I'm not treating those as values. But if I could, that would be nice. I'll think about it. But I think when I start the implementation of compilation, I will do the same as I was doing in OCaml. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like the only other language that really supports that, like that I have seen, is the Seed 7, right? Is there any other language that allows you to do the same thing? Extensible programming language. Supports mechanism to extend the language, compiler interpreter, and runtime environment. The programmer is allowed to define new language constructs such as statements, declaration, constructs, and operators syntactically and semantically. Most programming languages allow user-defined variables, functions, and types that they also use constructs which are hard-coded. Is there any other language like that? There must be, right? I mean, they don't call it everything is an expression here too, right? They say that you can do your own statements, declaration, contracts, and operators. So like they say that operators, statements, and declarations are different. For me, all of them are the same. The design and development of system is based on independent research, which was done without knowing that the historic extensible language movement existed. So it existed. Can you link me to it? I did not look at the SID 7 implementation or anything when I was doing my thing too. I just at some point looked up and found about this language. Differentiates between syntactic and semantic extensions. Syntactic extensions are described there. Extensible programming language movement. Okay. Extensible programming is a term used in computer science to describe the style of computer programming that focuses on the mechanisms to extend the programming language compiler and the runtime system. Extensible programming languages supporting this style of programming were an active area of work in the 1960s, but the movement was marginalized in the 70s. Okay. Do we allow that, Pigorly? All right, Pigorly is a mod. I will let Pigorly sort this this automated message by Robert Patterson. We saw nothing. Right, and pretend nothing happened. The first paper usually associated with the extensible programming language movement is Douglas McElroy's paper on macros for high-level programming languages. Another older description of the principle of the extensibility occurs in the Brooker and Morris 60s paper on the compiler. What? Compiler or compiler generator is a programming tool that creates a parser, implement, interpreter, or compiler from some form of formal description. You didn't see the deleted message? It's down with auto mod code though. All right, I'm just going to allow that. There you go. You should see the message now. I think there's nothing wrong there. Just there's some jokes by Robert Person, like always. Elhejo Del Viento. Hello there. Kubi Man. I'm not Kubi Man. I'm Kubi Man. So the fourth was an exception. Wait, what? Exception to what? The peak of the movement was marked by 2 academic symposia. What does that even mean? Hold on. How do I move a tab to a different... Yes, I do this. What does this even mean? Symposia.
Symposium.
Hold on. I'm hearing this from my headphones.
Symposium.
A conference or meeting to discuss a particular subject. Survey article, the movement was post-mortem. The fourth was exception. I don't understand these words. Character, meta language. Grammar problem is the Lisp language community remains separate from the extensible language community, apparently because, as one researcher observed, any programming language in which programs and data are essentially interchangeable can be regarded as an extensible language. This can be seen very easily from the fact that the Lisp has been used as an extensible language for years. Yes, Lisp is as an extensible language. So like we basically what we have is so the parser allows us to convert the language from syntactically looking not like a Lisp into something that is a Lisp, and then we can do whatever Lisp can do. Now we will send 10,000 jokes one right after another. All right, my band hammer is ready. Simula was presented as an extensible language. Okay, so there is a Simula language. Simulation programming language. Family algol. Okay. Anyone familiar with that? Begin end. The minimal program is more conveniently represented as an empty block. Begin end. What about the extensibility here? Note that Simula standard allows for certain restrictions on the controlling variable in a for loop. The above code therefore uses a while loop for maximum portability. The following z sum can then be implemented as follows: z sigma simulation package doing discrete event simulations. What about the extensibility? There's nothing about it here. Extensible syntax. Yeah, okay. Extensible syntax. Modern development. In the modern sense, a system that supports extensible programming will provide all of the following features described below. Extensible syntax. So this is what we are having, right? This simply means that the source language to be compiled must be not closed, fixed, or static. It must be possible to add new keywords, concepts, and structures into the source language. Yes. Languages which allow the addition of constructs with user-defined syntax include coq, racket. So racket is like a Lisp, I thought, right? Camel P4. Is this like similar to OCaml? Extension of the syntax of OCaml. Camel P4 stands for Camel Preprocessor and Pretty Printer. Nice. Open C++, SID 7. So this is the one that I knew about. Rad, Rebol, and Felix. No idea about those ones. Coq, I kind of heard about, but I'm not sure it's the theory prover. So they also have extensible syntax. Okay, so this we have covered, right? We have extensible syntax. Let's see what other things that they have here. Extensible compiler. A compiler is not a monolithic program that converts source code input into binary executable. The compiler itself must be extensible to the point that it is really just a collection of plugins that assists with the translation of source language input into anything. For example, extensible compiler will support the generation of object code, code documentation, reformatted source code, or any other desired output. Isn't that what I call the compiler as a library? The architecture of the compiler must permit its user to get inside the compilation process and provide alternative processing tasks at every reasonable step in the compilation process. For just the task of translating source code as something that can be executed on a compiler, an extensible compiler should use a plugin or component architecture for nearly every aspect of its function, determine which language or language variant is being compiled, and locate the approximate plugin to recognize and validate the language. The formal language specification to syntactically and structurally validate arbitrarily Source languages assist with the semantic validation of arbitrary source languages by invoking an appropriate validation plugin that allow users to select from different kinds of source generators, of code generators that so the resulting executable can be targeted for different processors, operating systems, virtual machines, or other execution environments. Yeah. Provide facilities for error generation extensions to it. Allow for... Yeah, having custom like error messages also is really good. In Rust, they recently stabilized the Rust on unimplemented. This is just like a very, very small thing. What? That they added recently. On unimplemented attribute is a hint to the compiler to supplement the error message that would normally be generated. So like they allow you to like change the error message that is given. And yeah. I feel like with what we have in the language, we could have even better error messages because I can literally like run some comp time to generate the error message, right? Which could be really cool. I think support the transformation of the input AST or portions thereof by some external pass. I call this macro. I'm not sure what they say external pass. Allow new values in nodes of the AST. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, every node is a new node, yeah. Allow new kinds of nodes in the abstract syntax tree. Allow new kinds of edges between nodes. I don't really allow, like, the intimate representation is going to be fixed, though. I wonder if we could make that. AST is just about the syntax, so making this extensible is not very hard. Extensible runtime. At runtime, extensible programming system must permit languages to extend the set of operations that it permits. For example, if the sentence uses a bytecode interpreter, it must allow new bytecode values to be defined. Yeah, yeah. I plan that. Content separated from form. Extensible programming systems should regard programs as data to be processed. Yeah. Those programs should be completely devoid of any kind of formatting information. Yes. The intermediate presentation. It's not the source code. The visual display and editing programs are usually should be translated functions supported in something. Okay. Source language debugging support. Extensible programming systems must support the debugging of programs using the constructs of the original source language. Yeah, I did not think about that though. How do we debug? There's also like the language server support. How do you make sure that the language server is working nicely? Not sure about that yet. Anyway, let's see. What else do I have? What else do I do today? We have 3 hours. So far, LSP in standard library is some next level flex. Yeah, I think that's how it should work though. Like maybe not in the standard library, but something similar to that. If you want to keep the extensible parser hidden from the main usable implementation, you will maintain them as separate projects. We can extract this into a separate crate. The AST, like basically everything that I have over here could be its own crate. They have it as a crate in Rust. Source code, right? It's just like some of the things that I use here, like a tuple, for example, I would use for other things. So then I would have like two crates, the utility crate and the AST crate. Then does it make sense to do that? So that it's like separate. It's not like a separate project. I still want it to be in the same code base. I'm not sure if it's extracting it into a crate is worth it right now. I mean, maybe. Let's see, cargo, new, library, kast AST, right? That's what we want to do. How about we just add crates? Crates, kast AST like this, and this is going to be like the workspace with members being crates. Something like this. Let's see, mark AST, AST Lexer, Lexer peak 2, source, and syntax, those things. How do I, like, after I marked everything, how do I... Toggle bookmark, right? Am I not supposed to, like, be able to... There's no X. Do I just move? Move? Oh. Wait. Move. Move bookmarked. Yeah. B. B. M. BMV. BMV. Move to. Crates. ST source. Like this. You see the power of the parser being in the extensible syntax and the power of the stdlib in the context system. Somehow two being the same project feels weird. Well, I mean, it's all part of the same of this language, right? I don't know. I mean, technically, maybe this extensible parser could be used for other things, yes. But that's not the priority. Who is going to use it anyway? Like, you maybe are interested in doing that for your thing. Who else is going to? It's not that hard to implement it from scratch. I mean, like making it a proper library also is like work. We can extract this into another repository later if we really want to. It's not that hard. Okay, so we have this. I don't have super anything. Display option. Okay, so this is where the display option, error, and tuple is going to go. BMV. No. BMV. Move to kast crates till source. Module tuple. Rust analyzer invalid offset. We'll try to implement monkey programming language using the kast parser as a mini project. Okay. Error. Okay, my entire Vim is lagging really badly because the Rust analyzer says invalid offset something something because I did something. By the way, in my Vim, the lsp restart command literally doesn't work. Is that normal? Any Vimers who use the language servers, the lsp commands, they don't work. lsp info over here. lsp stop. If I stop it, command not found, rust lsp. Okay. I mean, that makes sense because the language server is now stopped. lsp info, there is no client, right? So if I try to do the lsp start now, it actually doesn't work. Is that normal that I cannot start it after stopping? It doesn't start. What am I supposed to do? The Vim sucks. And literally the only way is to restart the Vim. Rust Analyzer still says invalid offsets. Amazing. Move all the unused imports. Add adapter. Was using this thing over here. Okay. Display option. This is for displaying options. Yes. Let me do module prelude here, and I will pub use create tuple. Hello? Oh, I need to do control enter now. Okay, now I need to get used to this. Tuple. Use create display option. Display option. Use create error. Span. Why is there a span there? Oh, I need a span. Which means that the source, I guess, is the same. Let's remove this from here and move like here. Mod source error. Error message. use source span position source file. Target check. Package kast util. Okay. Must implement this, that. Gonna try it. Terms from trades can be used in the trade is in scope, and I literally deleted it because it said that it was unused. IO right. Oh, because it's not implemented or something. Why is it not implemented? Mm. Oh, it's SSD FMT, right? This is for this error. Maybe I should do workspace dependencies instead. Tracing subscriber, tracing workspace, tracing subscriber workspace. To line. I'm not sure if it's worth it. Ah. Okay, whatever. I already started. I feel like it is not though. At all. This error. Okay, unused macro definition. So the error should be, so I have some macros here. There should be a macro expert. Okay. Check kast AST. We don't have any super. Okay. Laxer, mod peak 2, mod syntax. Use this, that. So tuple would be from. I guess I just do use kast util prelude everything. And then this is not going to import the macros. Then kast util should be the dependency kast util. Util is path is creates util ASD is consider importing this macro. Use kast util error fmt. This is so annoying. Did you know that Rust is actually annoying when you split things into crates? It's so annoying, especially the macros. Is macros 2.0 going to be stabilized anytime soon? Macros 2.0 Rust. What's the progress on this anyway? Declarative macros 2.0 5 days ago was updated. Let's see. So the problem is that the macros, they live in their own namespace compared to other things. Rust wanted features in Rust for Linux. Let's see what Rust for Linux wants to see. Required, we almost certainly want them, even if we may have a workaround in place. Pinned init, field projections, better ergonomics for pin, perhaps as a language feature. Likely unlikely mechanism. Tracking issue, likely unlikely heuristics. Is this for like the branches, for branch prediction, for performance optimization? Like in Zig, you can like do it manually. Is that it? Provide a pair of intrinsic functions for hinting the likelihood of branches being taken. Yeah, exactly. So like what is the hot path and what is the cold path, right? Yeah, that's weird that that is still not present in Rust, actually. Seems like a very useful thing for performance, for low-level stuff. Custom prelude, a more general prelude import feature that allows us to avoid writing boilerplate in every kernel module. E.g. no std feature. Use kernel prelude that, etc. Yeah, I think you should be able to list the features like in other places other than the thing. All right, static assert, sure. Field assert assures that a Boolean expression is true at compile time. Inline assembly memory operand support. Overflow checks is a report. Allowed to customize the handler. A new mode that allows to report and continue like USBs and similar tools. Unsafe pinned. Bit field support, including whatever is needed to describe existing C1s in ByteGen's output. Bit field support. The RFC adds the support for build fields in wrapper C structs by introducing a new attribute, bits n, that can be applied to integer fields, allowing such inundated fields to be unnamed. Bits 22, bits 9, bits 1. And it all like is going to be just a U32. Can Zig do this? If you like, because in Zig they can have like a U22 basically type. Do they like merge multiple fields into one field in that case? No. Unsafe macros. Marking macros is unsafe explicitly. Okay. Actually, yeah, this is nice. Nice to have. Not critical, but we could work around if needed. Unsafe op is unsafe fn. Default dialect. Unsafe blocks in unsafe function. Can you right now not have no longer treat the body of unsafe function as being an unsafe block? Oh, okay. Why is that a good thing? I'm not sure. I mean, maybe for like, because there is only a part of the function that is unsafe, and because you cannot escape the unsafe and like, yeah, I can see that being useful actually. A way to easily export in the prelude macros generated by macros. Feature lint reasons. MASM equivalent, the ability to configure the assembly syntax default. Discussion needed. Will a moot t be always treated as star moot t for unpinned types? Some feature to help with partial borrowing view types. A way to prove blocks of code. Functions do not panic. Yes. Disabling particular unsafe preconditions. Relaxing the orphan rule. Numerical comparisons in conditional compilation. True. A way to elegantly handle no-op conditional compilation wrappers. Quote as part of freestanding standard library. Feature minimum specialization. Specialization is nice, but it's never stabilized, right? Never going to be. Assume like mechanism. Core hint assert unchecked. Function assert unchecked. Make a soundness promise to the compiler that condition holds. This may allow the optimizer to simplify things, but it might also make the generated code slower. Either way, calling it will most likely make compilation take longer. Like assert that the pointer is not null, so that this can be optimized away. Nice. Why cannot you foo desired thing var thing? What do you mean? What do you mean you cannot foo? We need another exclamation mark if we are sure. Assert with 2 exclamation marks. Alright, actually, you know what? It means that I will not have a prelude. I will just import everything directly there, because that is less annoying. And instead, I will just do this and make the modules themselves private. I think. The method reader exists for reader. Let's take a look at this here. Use superstar. Not allowed to specify the desired thing part. Like go from to some vec. Are you talking about, okay, so you want to be able to have named arguments in functions. Is that what you're talking about? Because you can do that in GDScript. Because you can do it in Python because GDScript is Python, right? That's what you want? Yeah, I wanted that too sometimes, but is there an RFC for that? Rust named function arguments. Is it possible to call a function by naming its arguments? I mean, it's not. Rust does not support named arguments. Are they going to... There's an RFC open for this topic. Wishlist. Functions with keyword arguments, optional arguments, and or variable arity arguments. Okay, there's a lot of people who want something like this. And I also want that. The thing that I'm building into kast, into my language, is that you will have the named arguments, but you will not be able to use named arguments as not named arguments. Like, it's either named or unnamed, basically. In C# you can also do that. Nice. Yeah, I like that feature. That's one of the things that would be nicer in Rust, I guess. Reader function peak, because it's a readable item. Readable item is implemented for car. Okay, it's because Lexer is not done. Use superstar. Okay. Okay. Tracing. Okay, let's add tracing workspace to be true. Okay. All right. Nice, nice, nice. So now we just go into the main. No, hold on. There's still this error. Cannot find macro error in this scope. But the macro error is supposed to be... Oh, I see. Use superstar. Okay. Use noisy. So I need noisy float here too. Noisy float workspace is true. Noisy float. Prelude. Think. No diagnostics found. Let me check. No diagnostics found because the noisy float does not exist because it's with underscore instead of the dash, of course. Okay. All right. Okay, now it's only the main. So instead of these being modules, these are now not modules. Display option, this, that. Okay, so I'm just going to use kast util star. Use kast ast as ast. And we also go over here. The dependencies are going to be kast util workspace is true. And kast ast. There you go. Is there something like function overload? If so, that it's fine. Yes, there is something like function overload, but not exactly function overload. You can use traits to have something similar to function overloads. If you want your function to work with multiple things, then you need to have one thing which implements a trait, and then you implement that trait for those different things that you want to work with the function. It's not exactly function overloading, but it's very similar. It doesn't really allow you to have like different number of arguments, for example. But yeah. Compiling nix? Why am I compiling nix? Okay, so this works, and we have now the AST as its own crate, which you would be able to like use normally. Let's try cargo doc open. workspace, I guess. Is that what I want? So the library developer would have to make two traits for the same function if he wants named and unnamed arguments working. If you want named arguments, what you can do is you, instead of having arguments being like normal arguments, you make it a struct. I think that's what I use in some of my code. So let's say that you have a function foo, which takes like a and b, right? So you want to be able to call this function using like instead of 1 2, you want to say a is 1 and b is 2, right? So the only way you can do this is using like the foo args struct. I'm using this a lot. I mean, not a lot, but like I use it sometimes. A is I32, B is I32. So you can do this, and then instead, and then over here you can say that args is foo args, right? And you can also like bind these names immediately, so you can do like pattern matching here directly. So you can do foo args A and B, you know, is foo args, so that inside over here it will still be the same body, like A plus B, for example, you know. Yeah, I use that trick sometimes. Is it working? But I usually do this when I have like a bunch of arguments, you know, when I have like I don't know. Yeah. Like if there is only just a couple, it's not worth it usually, but um wait, isn't it supposed to be opened? Open. It's not opening. Okay, do I need to copy this myself and put this link into the browser? Okay, so this is internal documentation, restricted visibility. Okay, so if I go for the crate, which is called kast AST, right? So this is the documentation of our crate. So what we have is an AST, which is this. And we have the so read syntax gives me the syntax. I cannot name, which means that I should be able to name it, right? So let's maybe public use syntax. Wait, it's already used. There you go. Alexa. What am I importing from there? Alexa result spend token. Alexa like, don't I want to pub use Alexa token string type then? I'm not used to my Nuki mind. Pub use syntax. So syntax should have the just the syntax, I guess. These are public. Should this be public? I think it should be public to the crate then. We want to make it as a library. We insert a definition, yeah. Which means that I will import the syntax definition too. Like that. Associativity. Use syntax binding power. That one can be private. Edge. Yeah, edge is also like two. Import priority. Wait, it's literally imported, is it not? I guess it's here, right? Priority. Priority. New role. Yeah. Sure. What else? Edge. Edge is the one that I'm missing. Binding power, edge. I think the public use should be like separate. That's what I'm exporting. Actually, I think what we can do is so since this is a separate crate, I can tests here and be okay. We get to that part to writing tests. I guess tests. What do I call the tests? Do I just call the tests tests? Is there a convention usually that people use that when writing it in Rust? Let's see. Public function. No, not public. Just function. Is it main or is it not main? Anic. Let's see. Cargo test. Kast AST. This does not run it. So what I need to do is I need to do the test, right? Like that. Then it works. It fails, I mean. Okay. So let's see. I'm just going to move the test that I had done in Nix. Over here we have the test, right? We are trying to like parse this to be that. I'll do a quick bathroom break. We're going to move this test from Nix into Rust. Let's see. How would I go about doing that? This is the source code that I'm trying to parse, right? Let's see. PST. Tests. Let's see. AST. Parse. Syntax. Source. Okay. Source. Let's see. So we have the. We need to do this, right? We need to do this. I will need. Let's see. Function test case. I guess what I will want to do is I will want to test the source, which is going to be a string, and what is expected, right? What is expected? Let's just write the checker, which is going to check the which is going to check the result. Like this function returns what? Result error, right? So I guess I will use kast util here too, right? It will be result option ast. Just use kast ast everything from there. Error result error message, I guess. What I could do. Result message. Okay. Let's see. So when we're going to construct the source, which is going to be a source file with contents being the source and file name being test case. Right? So I'm going to parse syntax source and call the checker on it. That's my result, right? So what's the syntax though? Syntax is parse read syntax, I guess. Unwrap read syntax source file. Contents is include stir syntax ks you owned. File name is syntax ks 2. So I will have a test syntax which is made specifically for for doing tests. Syntax ks, right? It's going to be here. All right. So this is the syntax. I'm going to try to parse that syntax like that. Okay. Now, how do I check? There is a simple test case. Test equal source string. We just go to check the fact that the AST is going to be parsed into specific AST. Like, how do I write a test here, right? Previously I was testing the string representation of it. Can I test something better than just the string representation? Like, could I write something like test equals, you know, that like a plus b is going to be parsed into, you know, into something which is like add a and b, you know, I somehow do this. I guess I would need a macro for that, right? So this would be like, I guess, named tuple is what I want. Named tuple, with name being maybe I just do check, I don't know. We need to have some sort of a thing. I guess inside the macro I would be able to write anything, right? So let's see. This would be like add where left hand side is A and right hand side is B, right? That's what I am basically doing, right? Expected 3 arguments, right? So maybe I will have a test case and I will say over here something like check. So in order to do this test case, I need to write this macro for check, right? Which will be using a check impl. What we want here is I'm going to construct a closure. Construct a closure which returns okay. No, it does not return okay. What I want is like have a result. First of all, I want it to be sum, right? So I say that if result. Are we explaining yet? I'm writing test cases now. Yeah, you can try reading the thing. I think it's already there. Yeah. If you want to see if this needs more, if this could be like improved, if you understand this, if you're interested. That's what I written. Is that test? Yeah, this is tests. I'm going to move the tests from Nix to Rust. If result is none, I will say return. Wait, I don't need it to be a result, right? I don't need it to be a result. I'm just doing this. This is just going to panic. I'm writing a test. Panicking is totally fine here, right? Panicking is totally fine. So over here, if the result is if let okay AST is result. No, let AST is match result with okay AST then AST. And if it's RE, then I'm going to panic with E, right? That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do the check impl on these ASD using that stuff. You're on a different browser than usual, and yeah, light mode on my website looks terrible. Not that bad. Okay. I mean, you can make it look nicer, right? If you want to, you can like switch to a different theme, but like overall, I'm mostly okay with how the website looks. Well, you can try like making your own thing from scratch. I mean, if you want to work on that. Okay, so check impl. Let's see. Check impl is checking the node. Node is going to be checked with I guess this is more about like an identifier. Even the node is going to be checked against the thing. So if the thing is let's see, the thing is going to be name, and then we do an opening bracket. Name is identifier. Then we do an opening bracket, and then we have fields. Fields is field names is identifier with field value, field matcher being anything TT, I guess. A token tree. It's not a token tree though. Can I make it be an expression? If I make it look like an expression, it will be okay. Which means that this is you know, matcher is just an expression. I can do this. But in this case, I need this to work like an expression, right? This should be separated by commas and potentially have a trailing comma. Like that. So this means that I need to use the curly brackets like this. No rules expecting the token add. Matcher. Oh, this is an expression. An expression cannot be matched with identifier then. How do I pattern match against a specific expression? No rules expected the token add. Anyone good with Rust declarative macros? I'm using mostly procedural ones. Like I'm trying to match the identifier, but I'm passing it an entire like thing. Like this identifier plus Rust macros match expression struct. How to match a struct instantiation with macro rules. The correct answer was this. Macro rules decal are name identifier this that. Yes, that's what I'm doing exactly, right? I can match this, but value is expression. Like this expression will not be able to match against this macro itself, is the problem. Maybe it's because it's a comma. Maybe let's change this to something, I don't know. If I do that, does that change anything? No, it doesn't. Macros by example. Forwarding a meshed fragment. When forwarding a meshed fragment from another macro by example, matchers in the second macro will see an opaque AST of the fragment type. The second macro cannot use literal tokens to match the fragment in the matcher, only a fragment specifier of the same type. The ident lifetime and TT fragment types are an exception and can be matched by literal tokens. So I cannot like deconstruct the expression. Is that so? That is very annoying. So this means that this needs to be not an expression, but this needs to be a TT then still, right? Because then, but then it says no rules expected the token opening curly bracket. Wait, what? Leftover tokens. No rules expected this the token. Okay, which one? Check. Let's have this surrounding these. Field matcher TT. It's like it's just not the TT, I guess. No rules expected the token. Unused macro definition check impl. Oh, because matcher is just the TT. Yeah, because like it's multiple T. It's not a single token tree. Yeah. Matcher TT star. I guess I still need to do this then. So this is still going to work. Matcher like that. Over here, while trying to match a comma. No rules expecting the token. Yeah, because this should not be a comma. This should be the colon, indeed. Add the semicolon to treat the expansion as a statement. Okay, something like this. Looks like it works. Oh, over here we'll have two rules. It's either a named complex thing, or it is a simple token, in which it is going to be a string identifier, right? Can I match against the literal item, block, statement, pattern, expression, type, identifier, lifetime token? I mean, I don't need it to be a string. Oh wait, there's literal. Matches minus literal expression? What? Node into value is literal. Yeah, let's do that. If this is a literal in this case, let's start with this simple rule. In this case, I'm going to match node, right? If it is AST simple, token, right? AST simple token. And then I'm going to assert equal that token raw is equal to the value. If it's anything else, then I'm panicking. That expected this. And then if I have that here, then I'm going to match node. In this case, I would expect. So in this case, I would say stringify field name. No, not field name, just name. Field name, field matcher. Expected this node. Stringify. So this must be not as simple, this must be a complex AST node with the definition and values, right? So I'm going to assert equals the definition name should be equal to stringify name, right? This expression has type option AST. Wait, is it? Wait, which expression? Ah, yes. Yes. Let AST is AST expect parsed none, because that should not be the case. Pattern dot required due to inaccessible fields. AST complex. We have definition and we have the values. Definition. So we have the definition name, and then I need to like assert the values that are the same, right? So we panicked because unexpected token plus, right? Because in my syntax over here, we want to have syntax syntax add is going to be like left associative something 20 is left hand side plus right hand side, right? Why is this highlighted? No idea. If I try this again, then this will actually no longer fail because I can parse a plus b. And then I need to like go through the values, you know? This values is a tuple from here, which I have no way of iterating over. Let's see. Public function named fields named is impl iterator. Impl iterator item is string and t. Unnamed iterator item is t. Reference, right? So this will be a self unnamed iter, and this would be to do self named order, iterate app. key self named for the key. So both key and self unnamed the key. Type T cannot be indexed by a string. Oh, it's because it's named. Expected this, but it returns this stir. Okay, key as stir. Yes, there we go. Okay, so first of all, I will assert that values unnamed count is 0. I'm only going to make these tests work for named fields. Assert maybe later, and then can I, inside the macro, get the count of the multiple things? I don't think I can. Can I do this without a macro? Like there is, like, like it's almost like it would be beneficial if I could convert this to a value instead, to like write this code normally. Yeah, maybe. Let's like construct checker matcher. Try again. Let's checker be this, and then check with checker, something like that, because I don't want to rely on macros too much. Let's instead call this construct checker. This is supposed to give me the struct, the enum checker, I guess. It's either like a simple checker for something, or it's a complex. So it's like the same as AST, you know, name string, and fields is a tuple of checker. Can I do that? I guess I can. So in yeah, so in this case, I would just do checker simple value to owned, I guess. And in this case, I would say checker complex name is stringify name, and fields is, something. Let moot fields is a tuple empty, right? And then I go over the things, and I will then return the fields. So over here inside of this repetition, I will say that fields insert fields, what was it called? I can add named. Does it take a string? I think so. Stringify field name owned, and the value is going to be construct checker, the field matcher, I guess. That's what I'm adding there, right? Prelim semicolon is used in expression position. Expected expression found let statement. Only supported if conditions on if and while. Wait, what? Do I need that? When calling this macro and trying to match construct checker. Oh wait, hold on. There's this thing that is no longer necessary. Can find check with. Detail has expression. Expected fn once. Yeah. We just do this. Do I need that? I guess I do. Okay, good. So now we have the function check with. Function check with is having the checker being the checker, and this gives me as a result impl fn once result option st error. Right, that's it. So I'm just going to move the checker into the closure, and I'm going to say first that let result is okay. Let ast is result unwrap expect parsed nothing here, and then I will say check check ast against the checker. Right, so we will have function check. AST is AST, checker is checker. So now I'm going to match AST and checker, right? If they are both simple. So if this is AST simple token, I guess I can have like I can have this data for reporting the errors better, maybe. AST simple token data and checker simple expected. So in this case I will do something like if token raw is not equal to the expected, then I'm going to panic. Expected got that raw is token raw got raw add data, I guess, so it will like show me the span too. Okay, nice. If it is something else with checker simple expected, then going to panic. Expected but got other. This implements display, I think, right? Yeah, okay. Got other. Okay, good. And I guess add would be good for this thing. Add other data. I don't have that. Let's see, AST. I don't have the getter for data. Impl data AST data public function data self data match self is simple complex It looks like I forgot the span information here too, by the way. I can add that. Whoops. What did I do? What did I do? Not sure what I pressed. Complex thing needs data. I forgot about that. I'm going to ignore the data explicitly here too. Sign progress definition parsed parts. Okay, let's see. Let span be parsed parts. So I'm going to have a span where file name is parsed parts. Can I do I have my file name right now? Self dot parser dot file name. Why don't I have the autocompletion? Missing fields. No field parser or in the parser because it's called reader. Reader, that's what it's called. File name. File name gives me what? Path owned. So then we have the start being parsed parts 0 dot parsed parts 0 span start, and end is parsed parts dot last span start span end, I guess. So that's this is my span with the data. Okay. So I will need to go to the progress part, function span. Oh, so yeah, okay. Keyword string, I guess together with span then is what I'm getting here. Public function and self gives me the span match self. So if it's a keyword, then I just return the span. Otherwise, value AST, then I do AST data. Keyword. First part keyword. So yeah, let's see. Let word is this, and I return keyword token and keyword span here. Meshed close delimiter right here. Sure, let's do that. Back to the tests. So if I have that, now we want to see if we have AST complex definition values data checker complex name, and they call it fields. Yes, fields. Then we do something, and then also if I have other with checker complex name, then I will say something like panic expected name name node got other at other data. Yeah, let's do the same like that. And then in this checker, since I have the definition, right? So first of all, we need to see if definition name is not equal to the name, then I'm going to panic expected name got definition name at data. Data is the span. Name is expected name fields expected values. Should I just rename this to values then? Okay, and that argument would be got got is definition name. Can I do this? Then file name data. Yes, this is span name. This is expected name. Values. All right. Nice. So I checked the name, and then I need to check that the values themselves match. So that would mean that, well, first of all, I want to check that the I mean, those are both tuples. Can I have like something? Maybe I can have in my tuple like the zipping or something. So like if I have function zip with you, you know, something like self and other being the tuple with use, this will return a result of a tuple of the p and u, or tuple zip error, maybe t tuple t. Let's say struct tuple error, tuple zip error. It's going to be more like enum. So it's either like field not present in other, or field only present in other. You know, those are the only two errors that we can have. This is about the named. So this is like a named only present in other different unnamed amount. Use size. I mean, sure, whatever. Let's try something like this. If self unnamed length is not equal to other unnamed length, then different yeah, sure, whatever. Then return error tuple zip error different amount self unnamed length and other unnamed length. Okay. Then I go for name in self named is if not other named contains key name. I'm going to return error tuple error named not present in other name. And then similarly we're going to do in other if it's not present in self, then we say not present. So this is not present, this is only present in other, right? And then we say after all of this we will return tuple where unnamed is self unnamed into iter zip with other unnamed into iter collect, then named is self named order iter app so I'm going to make this mutable app key self named remove key unwrap. It's going to be called name and other named remove name unwrap collect. Named order is self named order clone. This will be okay. And this should be also will be into iterator. I don't need to clone this here, but I will need to have the name you owned. That probably. The method call chain might not have the expected associated type. Cannot be built from the iterator over the elements tu, back t. Result, hold on. Oh, result tuple like this. There we go. This is what we want. Tuple, this error is more private. We need to make this one public. Okay. Nice. Let's go to the tests. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to match values zip with expected values. If it's an error, tuple zip error. Is this not like, I need to re-export this, I guess. Tuple zip error. This needs to be exported. Tuple zip error. Different unnamed amount. A B, and we panic. Expected. Let's see. This one is going to be like actual, and this one is expected. Expected. Unnamed fields got actual. At 10. Right? And then I need to do that. There we go. I need to handle the other errors. So this should be name not present in other name. Field name. So this means that field name was not expected at 10. Then here we say tuple zip error named only present in other field name. We panic. That field was expected but not present at this span. Was not expected. Let's say in expected name. Right? Was expected but not present in expected name. That. So that, and then the thing that actually matters is the OK zipped. And in this case, we just tuple all tuple field, no, let's say into field values for actual and expected in into field values. We check actual versus expected. So once again, zipped. Is that tests? Yay. It's so much work to do the tests though. You see, like, I'm writing code for the tests to work. I mean, I wouldn't need, like, I could do this manually, but like this is much nicer to like write what I'm checking against, right? The a plus b should be like this without a macro, and like this shit would be harder, more verbose, I guess. What do you do? What is this? Oh no, this looks bad. Also, why is your monitor like... Wait. Oh, it was something wrong with my Imgur here. It was squished for some reason. Do you use the light mode? Why do you use the light mode? On your system. You know, there is a check. I'm assuming you're using Windows. There is literally a checkbox somewhere so that your entire Windows can be dark mode. Right? Okay, I want to pour the tuple to have public function into field values. Is that what I called it? Self. This would be impl iterator, where item is t. So I do self unnamed into iter dot chain dot chain self-named order into iter map name map name self-named remove name unwrap, which means that I need to be mutable, and this needs to be moved. All right. Unprofessionals using light mode? Which professionals? Consider removing the into iter. Yep. Unreachable pattern to do. Wait, why is there to do? This to do is not needed. All right, let's see here. Cargo test. Okay, this test has passed, but let's see what happens if the test actually does not pass. Let's say that I want not add but sub, right? It will say something. So the test will say that expected sub got add at test case 1.1. So like because it's literally in the beginning, right? The first thing. The span information is not enough. Like I'm only typing the beginning of the span, not the end of the span. So yeah, the error message could be better here, I guess. But yeah, the test would not fail if I say something like LHS2. This will say that field LHS was not expected in add. Okay. Sure. If I say AB, and it will say that expected AB got A. All right. So yeah, this should work now. Now we can add a bunch of tests. AST maths. So this is the actual test that I wanted to have, right? That was in Nix. So we will have another test case. Like that. So we do A plus sign. And then we check this against check this against well, I guess I just copy pasted the same thing from here. It's going to be a little different though. So we expect to have the add, right, where the left hand side is add, where left hand side is A and right hand side is we'll call it mul here. Left hand side is mul, left hand side is call, which function being sign, arguments being x, right hand side being C. I need to have the curly brackets instead of round brackets. And right hand side is how do you call an expression that is inside the parentheses? I'm calling it scope. But is there, like, do you just call it parenthesized expression or something? I don't know, I'm not sure. Expression over here is sub, where left hand side is 1, right hand side is 2. And this also needs to be this. Expected literals, no rules expected, the token opening bracket. Wait, what? This even like was formatted by Rust because it sees that it's like Rust syntax now. Does Rust have Ruby's mini test port? What's a mini test port? Expected literal, no rules expected the token. Yes. Let's do a simpler test case first then. Okay. Let's go one by one. Test case. A plus B plus C is going to be parsed into add, where left hand side is add, left hand side is A, right hand side is B, and right hand side is C. Right? That's what we want. Okay, they say no rules expected a token. Cargo test. While trying to match a closing bracket. I know why, because the field matcher, the inner field matcher is not a TT. That's the problem. I have a problem with my macros here. Where is it? Deconstruct checker. This one is not a TT. Like, can I not make this an expression? Then it will, like, not be able to do that. No rules expected in the token. Yeah, this needs to be the... field matcher is like... Like, this should be the list of tokens. Kind of. Wait, does this work? I thought it would not work. The local ambiguity with calling the macro. Multiple parsing options. Yeah, because like if you have after the list of tokens like this, there's some default testing framework added by Cargo. I am using that. There it is. You just mark your function as a test. Put this in a tests folder. You can also write this in like you can also write test functions in any place in your code for unit testing, I guess. I'm having a problem with the macro though. Not being able to parse the macro here. How would I do that? It's impossible. Like, because the field matcher can be one of the two things. One of these two things recursively, right? Which technically means that it should be any expression in terms of Rust. But if I say that it is an expression, we have local ambiguity. Like if I say that it's any list of tokens, then expected one of star this or that. Field matcher. Comma star. I guess comma over here. Like, the problem is that if I do the any amount of token trees, then the comma is also being parsed into the token tree. This is so annoying. Okay, I didn't even know that Rust is so annoying. Rust. Okay, maybe I'm just not used to the declarative macros. Rust declarative macro parse struct or identifier. Like, I'm gonna use this with a procedural macro, but that's like an overkill then, again. You didn't even know that Rust is so annoying. I never do the declarative macros, basically, almost never. With procedural macro, I could do this. Not hard. So the problem is that if I match something to be an expression, then I cannot break it down into parts, right? Anymore. Like I can only have a block expression, identifier, item, lifetime, literal, and these things. But the problem is that when I'm doing the forwarding, when forwarding a matched fragment to another macro, matchers in the second macro will see an opaque AST of the fragment type. The second macro cannot use literal tokens to match the fragment in the matcher, only a fragment specifier of the same type. The ident, lifetime, and TT fragment types are an exception and can be matched by literal tokens. The following illustrates the restriction. So yeah, if this is an expression, and I'm trying to match this expression against the 3, then it will not work. The following illustrates how tokens can be directly matched after matching a TT. Cannot. There's no way it's impossible, though. Is it impossible? Like, one thing that I can do is, like, I want to see, like, surely not impossible. Do you do a lot of macros like this? What I want is I want to match a struct definition in Rust, right? But the field in the struct can be either another struct, a nested struct, or it can be a literal, right? And how do I match this? I don't know how to do this. I can only like I can only forward something that has been matched. If it is not an expression, like the only things that I can forward and break down further is like the token trees, right? The TT stuff. Forwarding again. Forwarding. The identifiers, lifetimes, and TTs. These are the only things that can be forwarded and be matched recursively. Make 2 match branches. I have the 2 match branches over here. But I can, like, this nested thing. How do I do this? Like, how do I match a field? You mean 2 for the nested? But the nested, like every single one of, like, this is a because like this is already inside a repetition, you know. There is infinite amount of matcher branches that I would need to do here. This over here is one of these 2 recursively. Okay, do a proc macro then. Yeah, I think like with a proc macro it's possible. Like, but there is no way people did not do that before. Proc macro is possible, yes, but like, isn't that an overkill? I mean, sure. Okay, fine, fine, fine. Let's have another crate. Let's have another crate. Test AST test macro. Cargo normal. Fine. Now we need to. This is I'm still very surprised. I mean, I knew that declarative macro were very bad, but I thought you could do all the things with it. Wait, I think the problem is like when I'm matching the token tree, right? This can be like literally anything. What is the TT anyway? Let's see here. The TT is a token tree, a single token or token in matching delimiters, right? Like, can I make a repetition which matches a token tree unless it is a comma? I don't think I can. I have no idea what you're doing, but keep in mind that if it's hard to code a test, try making it more high. That's literally what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it more high level, so I'm trying to make like an easier API for describing a test, literally. Because otherwise, if I like, so this is how I want the test to look like, right? I'm testing the fact that a plus b is going to be parsed into this thing, right? I can make like a very long like code that would do it manually, though, with a bunch of pattern matching and like asserting things. Well, I guess all the check does is it's constructing this structure. But yeah, this is still like annoying. Okay, you know what? I have an idea. Hold on. Without the thing. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm going to just say that this is going to be like fields. The fields are just going to be the token tree repeated, you know? So like inside the parentheses, it can be anything. Probably assert detection, because that's how I can match everything inside the struct definition. Okay, yeah. So now I am going to do over here, construct complex checker fields using this thing. There you go. Yeah, this is a trick. This is the trick with declarative macros. It's so annoying. I hate it. Okay. Let's see. So I'm going to like delegate this to another macro rules, which is going to be called construct complex checker fields. This one is going to either match nothing. In this case, we're going to do nothing, or it's going to match the first field and then the rest of the fields. There you go. That's how you do it. Field name, which is going to be, wait, hold on. Yeah. So here's the problem. The field name, what the field name is like, hold on. You can probably assert the textual output of the whole thing. That was what I was doing before, like, but with more structured, it's kind of a little easier, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe like what I had before is actually better. Let's just do this for the sake of doing it because it's fun, right? Rust macros, very fun. So basically we have the field name, and then after the field name, I must match just like everything, you know? It's like, okay, so basically what I'm saying is this is going to look more like functional programming, where instead of loops and shit, we need to do like tail recursion into like the functions. That's what it's going to be. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say values Add name, stringify field name. Bot is dead though. Yeah, I guess it is. System control restart bot. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. Nerdsoul, can you fix the fact that the bot is always disconnecting from the Twitch? I have no idea why. I think it's on Twitch side. It's not crashing, just so that you know. It is not crashing. Just Twitch stops sending me messages. You don't know why. Yeah, I also don't know why. I'm too lazy to look into it though. So whatever. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Do I pong? Yeah, I think it might be that we need to ping, but I'm pretty sure that we do ping. We're not doing it manually. We're using a crate for Rust, which is called Twitch IRC. This is the crate that we're using, I'm pretty sure. Let's take a look at the repository. Issues. Ping. Like, there is no issue about that. I'm not sure. But we can take a look at the implementation. Maybe it's a bug. I mean, this one is used, I'm pretty sure, by other people. Maybe it's a problem with the library. I don't know. Maybe we're supposed to do it manually. That would be really weird though. TTT. TTT. Missing fragment specifier. What do you mean missing fragment specifier? Field name. Oh, this is a colon. Wait, hold on. I want a colon. Oh, because field name should be identifier, and then we have a colon. There you go. That's because, yes. So, okay. Now this means that I need values. We parsed there. Values. Okay. Values. See. Values. Values. Well, this should be... Now it's annoying because of the hygienic macros. This is an identifier. Values, identifier. Values, okay. So now we need to construct a checker. No, we don't need to construct a checker. This is so annoying. Hold on, this is so annoying. Shit. I believe I recreated this socket. Didn't read anything before. Done. It's impossible. It's impossible. I mean, it's possible, but it's so annoying. I'm not going to do that. Am I? Struct checker. Is it not field name ident? Field matcher. This? Yeah, but the problem is that the field matcher TT, when you repeat that, it means that it's going to consume this comma that you have in the end. And like that comma that you have in the end, question marked, is never going to be parsed anyway, because the repeated TT just eats everything. You cannot say it, tell it to stop at a comma. It will just read anything. It will just match everything. Like, you know, the way I can easily kind of fix that? Let's undo everything. Is that I can, like, I can say that every single field is going to be wrapped in parentheses. You know, I can do this. If I wrap every field in parentheses, then it is going to work, you know? So like this field is going to be inside parentheses A, and this field inside parentheses B. Because then it's not going to do this, right? Except expected simple binding, found nesting binding, field matcher. Hold on. Oh yes, because over here now construct checker, this needs to be repeated still. That, right? Okay, yeah, see, so like this has been parsed. And this now needs to be parentheses. Like, you know, it's not that bad, maybe. Like, with the parentheses, it would look like a Lisp, I guess. Maybe, like, if I change the syntax to something else. Like, you see, this works. Not the worst thing. Yeah, it's not the worst thing, like, but it's very annoying to, like, do this. Maybe in this case, I can literally use the same as a Lisp syntax. You know? But, like, I also want it to be the correct Rust syntax, because you see how this formats it automatically? Because it's also valid Rust syntax. That's like nice feature, right? So I want it to be correct Rust syntax too. Okay, you know what? Let's skip this. If anyone wants to play around with these macros and make sure that this works, but without these annoying parentheses, feel free to try do that. Do I have the NVim surround installed? I think I have NVim surround. What is the keys? I think I need to rebind the NVim surround keys to be the same as in Helix, because they are different, I'm pretty sure. Usage. Yeah, like I need to surround. To do YSIW, that this is inside Word. I just do YS, I guess, after doing the selection. Like if I do this, no, hold on. Like if I do this, YS, no. No, Y, okay. There a visual. After visual mode, how do I surround? The three corporations, add delete, can be done with the key maps. YS motion, DS, and CS respectively. Yes, but what I'm inside a visual mode? Hold on. help and Vim surround. Visual mode. This plugin provides schemas for adding in visual mode. Oh, we do Control G S. Control G S. Okay. Nice. Control G S. No. No, no, they lied to me. They lied to me. Why would they lie to me? And Vim surround. Visual mode. For the visual mode S map, the type of the visual mode determines how the delimiter is added. Visual mode S map. Hold on. Control G S insert mode is analogous to this. For the visual mode S map, is it capital S? Capital S? This? Oh yeah. Okay, nice. It's just capital S. I need to remap this. This is very bad. I mean, maybe it's not. Okay, there we go. Now this parsed. Cargo test. And we say have a failure because we unexpected token X. Okay. So the reason for that, so it cannot parse this because I don't have the syntax for function application. So we need to do syntax call. Syntax call is some priority function args, right? What else? I also need this scoped. Syntax scoped is opening bracket, expression closing bracket. Is that what I called it? I don't remember. I just called it an E, I guess. Then we have similarly the sub here, which is the minus. We also had the star for the multiplication, right? Is there anything else that was needed there? We got expect that syntax definition got that. Semicolons. Okay, there we go. Now the tests actually pass. Sublime automatically understands you want to surround when it is this. Yeah. VS Code also does the same. Actually, why is... Yeah, I could just map the closing bracket to be the surrounding, right? So that, like, yeah. I'm just used to the helix binds, I guess. Could remap to that. Okay, here we go. If anyone wants to add more tests, now you can easily add the tests like this, right? Let's just have over here to do, maybe we can somehow get rid of these parentheses in field matchers. Okay. Yeah. I also don't really need this to be like, do you think this is better? If I just have this as an identifier without like the string, the left hand side is just A. Why am I doing this as a string? I don't know. Doesn't matter much to me. Which is test, is tabular function, so 100% test coverage. Yeah, we can do this. Let's see, test add. Test function test add, right? And then we'll do test complex math or something, right? Cargo test. Now we have 3 tests that are passing, right? Nice. More tests, the better. We can, I mean, it makes it easier to run the tests separately, I guess. Okay. Tests with cargo. Okay. How about also while I'm at it, we can add the what? We can add the GitHub workflow, right? CI YAML. Let me just copy paste it from like Rust's GitHub Actions. Is there like Actions Rust setup Rust toolchain? Checkout test. Rust FMT check, Rust test, you know, do everything. Let's just do that. Test suit on push and on pull request. Name is cargo test. Checkout. Set up Rust toolchain, cargo, test all features. I also want to test the entire workspace. If I say cargo test, this will actually not run my tests because we're inside a workspace. We need to do this, right? So we will test workspace here, right? What about Rust FMT? Ensure Rust FMT is installed and everything. Cargo. So there is a dedicated action for that. Rust FMT check. Sure, let's just skip this. This cargo FMT basic get tests in CI. Does it do the caching? It does not. So we're going to like recompile everything from scratch here, right? Yeah. I mean, whatever. It doesn't really matter. I wonder if there is something on GitHub to prepare the code space automatically so one could launch it and try your example or tests in browser. I think what I would like to do actually... Yo, this was... Wait, hold on. Did this already run? This GitHub Actions is faster than my PC. How do they have... Okay, I need to upgrade my PC, I guess. Like, let's see, cargo clean. And then, like, I think cargo clean was, like, longer than what they did in the... maybe not that long. They say 11 seconds. Did 11 seconds passed already? Yeah, I guess, no, it's not that much faster. 8 seconds to compile. Okay, sure. I guess my project is very small right now. But yeah, what like about the browser, what I think we want to do, we want to have something similar to the playrustlang.org, right? I think the way playrustlang.org works is that they submit it like to the backend and then they like run it in container or something probably, right? What I want to do is to be able, well, right now we just have the parsing of the AST, so we could like have a tool which like gives you the AST result, right? And we can do that by compiling the entire thing into the WebAssembly and just make it work on the client side without any backend. Should not be that hard to do. I only use it to update master when I'm logged in on the browser, but I imagine it would be useful for users. The code space, yeah, I never used code spaces on GitHub. I know that the feature exists though. But yeah, compiling into the WebAssembly and making the playground would be really nice, I think. Like imagine if over here you could just click the play button in the main thing. You just click run and it prints hello world to you, right? Strictly VS Code in a shell to a free machine. Yeah. They delete only a week or so after. Yeah. Yeah, I know. But like, why would you use it still? Like, I mean, yeah, I guess if I was on my laptop, for example, which is much slower, it would probably be better. Is it a free feature? GitHub workspaces, code spaces, I mean. Is it a free? Plans and pricing. Like, there is no free option, right? What do you mean get started? Or do they give me some free time? Is it the only you get by pressing dot in your repo? Yeah, I think so. Generous free monthly usage. Why could I not see this here? So like if you use the free, then you have the storage per month 15 gigabytes and code hours per month 120, which is not a lot of hours to do actual. Wait, hold on. Which is wait, hold on. Core hours 120. If you work like 8 hours a day, okay. If you work 6 hours a day, that would be 20 days. For free. That's a lot. How much money are they spending on the CI infrastructure and the code spaces? GitHub. Anyway, we have the tests. We have this stuff. I think I'm going to end for today. Next time we continue. The AST, we consider it done, I guess, maybe. Unless we find some bugs or need something to improve. Is it divided by 2, by the way? Yeah, because of the 2 cores. But if you don't use the second core, is it divided then or not? Is it only counted if you use the second core? Am I going to raid into Boy? No. Wait, is Boy still streaming? No. How am I supposed to raid into Boy if the guy doesn't even stream? Hmm.
They remove it from the index app. Explode mine.
I
So
could
it
fix
says
that.
here
Yeah,
that
but it's too late already.
to the mine itself.
I think.
What does it do? Wait, this does have commands. So you are triggering events is targeting a specific entity, then you can access it with .entity.
All right. Wait, hold on. I tried to type the raid command in their chat instead of my chat.
Oh, that's because I was doing.
If I was a moderator in another person's channel, would I be able to raid?
Event.
Wait, Pigorly, can you say that we were raiding someone? No? No? Okay. Good. Because I feel like that would happen on accident all the time. Let's have editor role. Oh, you can give editor role / editor Tigorley. Alright, anyway. See you guys next time. Bye.
Well, they got trigger.entity here as well.